Well, hello, 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 everyone. How are all of you? Hopefully, you're all doing good. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Foshino's ability to maintain a stiff upper lip is being sorely tested. Oh, as instructed, I shall take you to see the ether burner. Maybe outside the Archeon. I trust you can make your own way there. So the Ark is being built in Labyrinthos. Hardly surprising. Where else could they conceal such a massive undertaking? Okay, so we can teleport directly there. So we'll do that. Our destination lies in the lower levels. The Forum, in its wisdom, has granted you access to the Archeon's lift. Step inside and have Oefling take you to the medial circuit. You wish to use the lift, yes? Well, of course I do. Why would I ever use something else? There's a elevator. Use it. I have sent your associate's head to Logisticon Alpha on the other side of Mariol Agronomics. Actually, there's something I have been meaning to. No, never mind. It can wait. Let us attend to the matter at hand. The hell? Is this place I can go inside? Because it certainly doesn't look like it. Oh, no, I can. Oh, okay. We are to wait here while our father arranges for us to use the next lift. Here being Logisticon Alpha, where the atmospheric conditions of Limbrenthos are regulated. That looks fancy. Water is drawn from underground and dispersed as vapors, stimulating the formation of artificial clouds and rain. By manipulating the temperature and air circulation, they're able to create the ideal environment for the growth and preservation of the biological samples kept here. Hold on, how do you know so much about it? My father brought me here as a child. What? And left me behind? Actually, you're the one who left me behind when you went off somewhere with grandfather. The night before, I'd been asking father how clouds are made, so he decided to show me. It was fascinating. I peppered him with questions the entire time. 'Tis all too easy to take for granted the many interweaving aspects of the natural world, to grow inured to the wondrous. But having gained an understanding of the complex mechanisms employed by the Loporits in recreating a similar environment, I've come to view such processes in a new light. The subterranean garden of Brenthos, the lunar prison forged to contain the ancient Zodiac, the habitations built for all mankind neath the moon's surface, each unique yet undeniably similar. 'Tis no mere coincidence. Ever since Hydaelyn unfolded to us the grim fate that awaits Aetheris, every essential resource we could spare has been delivered to Labrinthos in preparation for the great exodus. But that is not all. It is also a testing ground for the technologies that will allow us to settle on distant stars. Though the Loperites have endeavored to make the moon inhabitable, that is not our final destination. Mankind must learn to propagate life where there is none, to thrive where all is barren. Alas, time is not on our side. I've arranged for you all to enter the central circuit. It is there that most of our preparations for the great exodus are carried out, the construction of the ark among them. Though our plans have been made public, access remains highly restricted. You, however, will not be subject to said restrictions, and will have free rein to come and go as you please. Such was the will of the Forum, after all. We will prove ourselves worthy of their trust, your trust. Then let us proceed. Hey, so like, you're pulling some sort of con game, aren't you? By decree of the Forum, the Signs of Seventh Dawn are permitted to enter the central circuit. The Aether Burner is being constructed not far from here. Overseeing the work is Kokol Dankol, after whom the forge is named. Once the necessary instructions have been made, I shall leave you with him to discuss the particulars. This way. Oh, that's a bit of further than I was thinking it was going to be. It's because we're new to this. I still think you need Sid. That's a plus. Hmm. Interesting. Eh. And it is done. So the Crystal Tower. I like this guy. Oh, will do. He's like, son of a bitch. At times like these, we've reminded of how famous or infamous Elfno has become. Who'd have thought he could achieve so much with a single link pearl conversation? As we're expecting rather a lot of visitors in the near future, I'd best return to the surface and inform the relevant parties. I'll also have contact of my own that might be worth a try. Oh, and who might that be? That's for me to know and you to find out. And on that note, I leave matters here in your capable hands. Best of luck. Oh, that could be good or bad. So what's going to be said in the Black Shroud? Coerthus. Took him long enough. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? What's said favor? Avano's resisting the urge to pat himself on the back. Though our friends are searching for refined adamantite and sacred relics, we only know if they meet your requirements once they have arrived. In the meantime, there is aught else we might do to be of service. Ah, you've already done more than enough. If I had to say, though, I could use someone who knows a thing or two about elegant technology. You there, the lad with red eyes and matching hair. You seem no more than the average scholar. If only Master Coco knew how right he was. Well, he and Raha established a rapport. Why don't we help with the preparations for the Great Exodus? Indeed, this would mean going above and beyond the terms of our arrangements. But I propose this not to curry favor. As confident as I am that we will succeed, we must be ready for every eventuality. There should also be an opportunity to familiarize ourselves with the logistics of traversing the great expanse, and if nothing else, it'd be twiddling our thumbs while we wait for the adamantite. You're not wrong there. Well, ain't you a bunch of helpful buggers? If you mind to lend a hand, I know where you ought to go. Charlene Hamlet is lousy with researchers and scholarly types busying themselves preparing for the Exodus. That lot need all the help they can get. Well, then off we go. So that's like the outer ring. This is the inner ring. It looks like there's another one, judging by the way the map's kind of divided up by the fog of war there. Yep. So my guess is the ark's in there. From what I can tell, a lot of the people actually live down here. I don't know how much help we can offer, but I dare say they'll benefit from some of that fresh inspiration. Scholar Montaigne mentioned, let's start by asking around, ideally without getting in anyone's way. Let's meet by the etherite once our work is done. Helping with the arc, even with the power Master Coco's managed to squeeze out of the ether bender, is still not enough, apparently. Now I hear the final days have arrived. Horrible creatures running rampant all over. If only we'd begun the exodus sooner. People are dying, and there'll be no end to it if we don't fulfill our duties. But we will. We spent years preparing for this moment. Believe in the plan, and all will be well. Oh, hello. Are you one of the new helpers? Work on the ether burner. Oh dear, I hear things have come to a standstill on that front. Even so, I choose that over my current duties, checking, loading samples day in and day out. It's tiring, thankless work. Still, no one will be cross if we misplace a few legumes or what have you. The form's got enough on their plate as it is. What with deciding who gets to board the Ark and win, lots of powerful people have opinions about that. My heart goes out to Master Fortuno, and the others. Hardly get a moment's rest, I expect. Do they even have time to sleep? No, probably not. But yeah, people would have very much opinions about who gets to go and win. Offering to help, that's very kind, but I should be able to organize the rest of the documents by myself. It's mostly a list of the things we'll need once we arrive on the moon, and then whichever star we choose as our new home. My duties largely concern the maintenance of living conditions, so I'll be a lot busier after we depart. I hear that our lunar collaborators have come down to assist in our efforts. I'm looking forward to finally meeting them in person after having communicated with them in such a limited capacity thus far. To be perfectly honest, I've not even the slightest idea what they look like. I do hope they're not enormous looming giants. Why, I'd much prefer them something small and fluffy, like that beheaded rabbit that ran by. You're not. You've already seen one, and you don't even know it. Fancy meeting you here. Our friends in the forum brought us to see their teeny tiny toy boat, which was quite impressive considering they didn't use any creation magic. What we're really interested in is Aetherius itself, though we now find ourselves in a sort of funny underground miniaturized version of it. We're hoping the forum would give us a guided tour, but it appears that they're rather preoccupied. Honestly, all that time to prepare and they're still not ready. I suppose we'll just have to show ourselves around, or at least that's what we were planning to do, until we chance upon Orange and your good self. Since you're both dwelling about engaging in idle chit-chat, perhaps you could show us a few points of interest. Won't that be fun? Tries by Orange cannot free himself of the Loporits. A tour of Labyrinthos? An unexpected yet prudent suggestion. Given the similarities betwixt this and artificial environment in Bestway's burrow, it would be in our best interest to have the Loporits acquaint themselves with those conditions deemed optimal by their Charlian collaborators. I fear, however, that continued reliance upon my limited knowledge would risk narrowing rather than broadening their perspectives. Mayhap thou art better suited to lead this venture? What a marvelous idea. Might we begin with that great big what's it over yonder? Oh, yes, the what's it. I shall leave its explanation to. Oh, God. This is going to be bad. This is going to be so, so bad. Goodness to me, to build something so large without creation magics is positively stupendous. Perhaps you could direct our attention to its most important features? Is that water I hear from inside that great big tube? Must be because of those cogs and the gigantic wheel at the top. Oh, I see. That's how they draw up the water. There's probably some sort of spiral-shaped mechanism inside it, too. That looks like the trees in Greatest Innsvale. Hold on, that's a bit of a strange shape. It's thin at the bottom, but big and round at the top. Quite tall for something so unbalanced, too. No, it makes sense. That's where they store the water. It's a little hard to see from here, but is that a golden pipe connected to the top of those tanks? Now I see through that window another pipe at the bottom. Ah, this must be for purifying water drawn up from below. Well, if I were to hazard a guess, water drawn from underground, presumably with some other mechanism, is purified here and stored in that tower before being distributed elsewhere. I'm right, aren't I? I note, designed brilliant in its simplicity, I dare say it would take only a moment to install in even the harshest of environments. For us Loperates, that is. Indeed, securing a reliable source of water is of the utmost importance for any fledgling settlement. We have read, however, that people of Ether sometimes make their homes in arid deserts and such. How are they able to survive? So, wherever you choose to live, you're never far from water. Oh dear, I worry we won't be able to procure the necessary amount. We can provide enough water to keep them from drying out completely, but it would appear that they rely on it far more than we'd anticipated. A few adjustments may be in order once we've calculated the average rate of consumption per individual. It may also be worth learning more about how exactly they obtain their water in the first place. Master Alpha spoke to the machinery responsible for that feat during our journey through Logisticon Alpha, did he not? Maybe Lovers will share his appreciation for the engineering marvel. Oh yes, that sounds absolutely splendid. We must journey beyond the sanctuary of Shirley and Hamlet. I shall lead the way. You mean we'll have to brave the untamed wilderness? A valid concern indeed. We cannot help but notice that many dangerous-looking creatures with big, nasty teeth lurking beyond the safe confines of this settlement. Were we not escorted here by burly custodians, I dread to think what would have become of us. Regardless to a hungry predator with the aforementioned big, nasty teeth, leopards may appear to be a potential and rather appetizing source of sustenance. Might I impose upon thee to assist in securing safe passage to Logisticon Alpha? For my part, I shall act as escort to Living Way and Cooking Way. I trust Singing Way and Growing Way to thy care. A more valiant protector they could not wish for. Godspeed. It's all the same to you. I'd rather not be eaten by some horrid beastie. Come along, Growing Way, to the water extraction. What's it? Don't tempt me. You're cute and all, but yeah, they got themselves into trouble. Serves you right for running off without me. Now I gotta deal with your mess. Thank you so much. I really hope this water extraction what's it is worth those harrowing experiences. All part of the fun, some might say, but I'd rather not be burnt to a crisp if it's all the same to you. Oh, tired. I'm sorry about that. My friends, I bid you welcome to Logisticon Alpha. Our destination doth lie at the lift's top. Pray follow me. It's marvelous, simply marvelous. So this is where the magic, or science rather, takes place. The perfect environment to sustain life, artificially created. The knowledge we'll gain here will be essential when we start looking for new stars for your kind to inhabit. Apparently, most of them don't even have air for you to breathe. You're all very lucky that Aetherius just so happens to provide everything you need to thrive. Or did mankind turn out that way, the way they are because of the available resources? I wonder. Either way, it's something short of miraculous, and I cannot wait to see more of it. Agriculture shock. Cooking ways eager for a change of venue, or at least, at the very least, a change of what's it. This is all very wonderful, I'm sure but I was rather hoping to learn more about your nourishment provision facilities. In other words, where's the food? I believe both the knowledge and symbols you seek may be found at Mario Agronomics. As I imagine, Singing Way and the others intend to study every conceivable facet of this apparatus, wouldst thou be so kind as to escort a visiting culinarian? Yes, that sounds much more interesting. Hopefully I'll be able to see firsthand some of the delicacies Orange was telling me about. Even his incredibly vivid, if a bit too verbose descriptions cannot compare to sampling them myself. Not to mention Aetherius will soon be no more, so I must learn all I can while there is still time. Let us brook no further delay. This is the place. Yes, the heady aroma was enough to guide me here, and I spotted several of the fruit and vegetables featured in our compendium. I'd clearly love to try some, but I read that those who help themselves to farmers' crops without permission are often caught and put into pies. Perhaps we could ask whoever's in charge if they'd be willing to part with a few samples? What a fine mess this is. Oh, it's you, the one who climbed down the mine shaft. I'd show you around if I could, but I'm rushed off my feet preparing for the exodus. And I'm not the only one. We've all got to find ways to do what we do down here, up there. First on the moon, then on whichever star the form decides will become our new home. It's all so sudden, so unreal. Don't you want to go to the moon? Well, it's better than waiting for the final days to claim us, but no matter how carefully it's all planned, we'll never be able to take every variety of flora and fauna with us. Even the ones we can take may not survive in their new environment. So many species doomed to extinction. Sorry, that's not what you came to talk about, is it? Nothing quite so dire, I assure you, but we merely wish to sample a little of your produce if we may. By all means, help yourselves. Much appreciated, my good fellow. So where to begin? Looks like grapes. Oh, I know what these are. Grapes, yes? I'd say they are as delicious as they look. So sweet, so sour, the taste is much like a ripe philosopher's carrot, and yet the texture is entirely different. The contrast between the outer skin and the fruit within is most peculiar. Though far from unpleasant, I think I'll try another. Well, that's certainly given me food for thought, though in a far less visceral manner than any philosopher's carrot. But tell me, what is your opinion of grapes? I'm kind of meh. Meh, an expression of difference, I assume. In all fairness, Our compendium did note that they are valued more as an ingredient for spirituous beverages rather than as a fruit for regular consumption. Anyway, that's enough about grapes for the time being. On to the next treat. Apples or pears? Oranges. Orange by name, orange by nature. What came first, the fruit or the color? Who cares? Let's eat. Couldn't tell you. Yes, that's equal parts sweet and sour, as with the grapes, yet nothing alike. I may have to consult Orange about expanding my vocabulary. I simply cannot find the words to describe it. Perhaps what I'm looking for is bitter. This is all very complicated, you know. So many flavors, so many choices, and each individual with their own personal preferences. Now I see why you all turned your noses up at the idea of eating nothing but carrots. Marvelous though they are in my estimation, let no one say I said otherwise. But speaking of carrots, I've yet to sample any of the vegetables. Let's see what's in the field over there. That color, that texture, are they some sort of enormous round carrots? Pumpkins. No, in any case, proper nomenclature is less of a concern than the taste. It's so hard and flavorless, I may as well be chewing a piece of wood. But it all but confirms it. These are nothing more than misbegotten failures masquerading as goodly carrots. Stop, stop, stop. Can't you see these are pumpkins? And no one with any sense would try eating them raw. You're supposed to cook them first. Do you not find it an awful bother? Far from it. Cooking is a joy unto itself. And what's more, it broadens the range of ingredients that we may safely eat. But above all else, cooking allows us to draw out the full potential of our produce. Pumpkin stew has been one of my favorite dishes for as long as I can remember. And perhaps even these hard blocks of plant matter can become as delicious as the orange I sampled. I wonder though, if there's anything even more delicious. How about that yellow fruit over yonder? I really need a haircut. That's a later this week thing. What a wondrous fragrance. With luck, it'll have flavor to match. So I know how to deal. I'll just bite into it. That's for my tongue. Is this poison? A lemon? You mean it's supposed to taste like this? How can something so similar to an orange be so revolting? It may be some time before my palate recovers from this ordeal. As such, I'd best call an end to this round of sampling. Let's say our farewells and return to the others. Well, I mean, it makes for an incredible drink. And, I mean, it makes for some good seasoning on various things, especially fish. Finished, have you? I trust you found something to your liking? I'm rather enamored with the grapes and oranges, less so the pumpkin, though I learned the hard way they're not to be eaten raw. Then there was the lemon, the deceiver. I still feel so violated. First time, was it? I'd hate for you to leave with a bad taste in your mouth in more ways than one, so I'll give you this lemon muffin I baked. If this doesn't change your opinion, nothing will. Have I not more lemon? Have I not suffered enough? Nevertheless, it would be remiss of me to spurn this opportunity to. Bit of sick came up there. Learn more of your inscrutable ways. Very well, lemon muffin, do your worst. It's probably actually pretty good. This is delicious. Although I still detect a hint of lemon, it complements the sweetness of the dough to create a perfect harmony. I never would have guessed its vile bitterness could be utilized so elegantly. My good chap, this is simply breathtaking. See, we rarely use lemons in its natural state, but it has a starring role in all sorts of recipes, and the same is true for many other ingredients. It comes down to making the most of the resources at our disposal, and sometimes they can be the difference between life and death. I know we won't be able to take every species with us. No doubt the forum agonized over what was worth preserving and what will be consigned to history. Hard choices, but make them we must if we're to survive. Such strength of will, now I know what Hydaelyn sees in your kind. Hydaelyn season your kind. 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 Mankind, the Loporits, we were both born from the accumulated knowledge of the ancients. They learned all there is to learn about the nature of sentient life and the fates of the stars themselves. Once a civilization has fulfilled the basic requirements for survival, it would inevitably seek to eliminate all forms of negativity and achieve perfection. And therein lies its folly and its downfall. For perfection is an unattainable ideal, 'tis the paradox of the immaculate carrot. Yet civilizations since time immemorial have deemed the pursuit of perfection as progress. They pay no heed to the costs incurred in their futile quest, and all too often become the architects of their own demise, their dreams forever unfulfilled. Yet then, what then is the alternative? The answer lies in knowing that our existence can never be perfect, to be content with what we have and make the most of it. When life gives you lemons, make lemon muffins. Pardon me, Orosian, but what in the seven hells are you on about, and who are you, anyway? Cooking away at your service. I'm here to prepare for the trip to the moon. And once you get there, you'll be able to try my carrots. I've been growing all different kinds. But don't worry, there'll be room for your crops too. We'll work together to preserve as many of Aetherus' species as possible, if you're up to the challenge. Yes, of course, I look forward to it. Well, this has all been highly productive. Probably. Let's go and see if Orange and the others have run out of the machinery to inspect, shall we? This was most enlightening, especially the part with the lemon muffin. Actually, I was wondering, do you know of any other places framed for their cuisine? Ramen. I've really come to enjoy ramen. Would I had time to visit, the more I learn of Aetherus, the more I wish we could spare it from the final days. Alas, Heiden's orders are to flee, not to resist. If only there was some other way. Well, there is. It's just a matter of we gotta get to it. Ernje appears to be tallying the Loporits in preparation for an imminent departure. I trust thy time at Mariel Agronomics did bear fruit. Our own efforts too were rewarded. We now possess an embarrassment of educational riches. No doubt our guests' relentless pursuit of knowledge could occupy them and us for a fortnight. Alas, time is of the essence. Let us return to Charlie and Hamlet forthwith. I shall gladly attend to each and every Loporit there, should further questions within my power to answer arise. Ah, we'll teleport there. Yes, that was indeed me verbalizing aside to express my emotional state. Do you want to know why? Because I saw the reconstructed environment data for Aetherius at Logisticon Alpha, that's why. A forest so lovely and so leafy. Are all of your forests like that? I say, the star is so wonderful it comes as no surprise that you are reluctant to leave it behind. I was a fool to think otherwise, to assume that the moon was something worth being proud of. How ridiculous must some to you, daring so hard yet achieving so little. Not at all. Thy works are no less worthy for their uniqueness. I thought I heard tiny voices. Thancred, how didst thou fare? Oh, I was able to glean a fair bit from the researchers while helping to move their cargo. Preparations have proceeded without interruption here, despite news of the coming end. We have the forum's leadership to thank for that. That doesn't mean people aren't worried, though. Quite the opposite. Knowing disaster could strike at any moment, they hurry to complete their work, equally aware that a single error could be the difference between life and death. And we can hardly tell them there's no cause for concern. Perhaps not, though aided by our goodly growing way, we may yet find other ways to enlighten their burden. Me, but be of use to people? I'm honored that you would think me so capable, but I'm not sure that I'm up to the challenge. Nevertheless, I believe in thee. If you say so, I suppose it can't hurt to try. I passed someone moping in the Western Plaza that looked to be in need of a helping paw. Perhaps you might start with him? 'Tis as good a place as any. Come. Oh, can I help you? It it is you who would help me. Is my anxiety truly so obvious? A burden shared is a burden erased. Pray tell us of thy troubles. Those little fellows do look like good listeners. I'm an engineer, you see, and what they say of the ship, that it's the sum of decades of trial and ingenuity, that's built with peerless, elegant technology, is all true. But I know that none of that's a guarantee. We've never before launched a starfaring vessel, let alone flown it in the great expanse. All the tests we've run have been on the ground. Only operational personnel and cargo will be aboard for the first voyage. But even so, if it fails us then, what can we do? And if it doesn't, it could fall apart on the next flight or the one after that. We've done everything we can to prevent that from happening, but it hardly matters. We thought the ether burner's design was flawless too, and look how that turned out. Thou art familiar with these most daunting technologies, and thus dost thou hold the power to allay his fears. Oh, I'm not sure about that, but well, maybe you tell me if there are any aspects of the ship's design that you're especially worried about. Our ability to walk about and perform our tasks, for one. I've devised a means by which to employ gravity, a spatio-temporal spell to regulate the environment. But what if it's not strong enough? What if everyone floats away and begins crashing into things as soon as we've left the star? Ah, gravitation. Maybe I can be of help after all. Up there is not so different from down here, you see. The same rules apply. If you consider them as part of one great big cosmos rather than separate places. I suspect both parties shall find comfort in this conversation. Yet if thinkers shall be true, still others would benefit from insights born of experience. Might it prevail upon the Loppers to attend them? An excellent idea, if I do say so myself. There's naught we'd like more than to ease the hearts of the fine people of Aetheris, and learn more about them while we're at it. Full glad am I to hear it. Gather thy companions and bring them hither. Thou hast a gift for finding souls in need of succor. Pray seek thee out the distressed and the apprehensive, and inform them that help is at hand. I shall await them here, that I might introduce each to a suitable loperate. Oh, I do so look forward to that. A place for every loperate, and every loperate in their place. Well, let's see if we can find. Concerns? Nay, there's no point in worrying at this stage. Oh, it'll only make the work go that much slower. Now they seem to be coping well. Basically, they're just going, if something goes wrong, it goes wrong. Not much more I can do about it. Apologies, but I'm waiting delivery. Whatever it is, we'll have to wait. Nope, I just wanted to talk to you and get rid of that marker. Have you heard anything about of what's on the moon? I have no doubt that we can make it up there, but the searching for a new star part of the plan sounds awfully vague to me. I asked the farm, but they will only tell us that our collaborators have everything under control. Forgive me, but I don't feel particularly safe wandering through the sea of stars and gods know what made by gods know who. You mean to say that I can speak with them directly? Amazing. I hope they like questions. Just leave me to my misery. The forum can appoint someone else. I apologize. I simply don't know what to do. How am I supposed to pilot the Ark if I'm already falling apart under the pressure? You know the starship pilot I might speak with? Truly? Well then, there's no time to waste. They can help me prepare for this monumental task. Is anything bothering me? Well, I've been loading cargo for bells now, so my back feels like a void since played it says piano. Piano. My feet and knees are as drums and cymbals too. Hmm? Consult our collaborators. I suppose that'd be more effective than sitting here brooding. I'm taking to calculate how much cargo we can consolidate into fewer trips should the Etherburner make our original estimates unfeasible. But there are simply too many variables. I feel as if my brow will turn inside out. Perhaps our lunar associates will have more insight into how much weight constitutes too much weight for our purposes. Thank you for letting me know. My face, what's wrong with my... Ow, perhaps I am a bit tense. I've stressed ensuring that the proper fauna and only the proper fauna are brought with us to the moon. However, the suitability of a few species is still under debate, and I can hardly make the decision myself, when I know so little about the environment up there. Including the loppers in our discussion is a wonderful idea. I absolutely will. Thank you. Perhaps their biology itself might offer some clue as well. Yes, you idiot. Have you seen any envelope lying about? This imbecile refuses to give me the alchemic I ordered without that bloody slip of parchment. Unless your friends have a spell to make me remember where I dropped my damned envelope, I doubt they'll be of more help than you. You wasted enough of my time already. Well, piss off to you, too. The end of the road is nigh, yet the work goes no faster. Schedules are such temperamental things. Feasible one moment, utter bollocks the next. And yet, I've never felt so alive. Well, then you're all good. What am I thinking about? The medical facilities on the ship, of course. I designed them with the assistance of our sages and chirurgeons, but to imagine every illness or injury that one might face in that great expanse is beyond any of us. To say nothing of the effects that living out there indefinitely might have on the body. The crew from the moon? Why did I not think of that? So we gotta find 3 more people to help. Just 3. Worries, worries. No, I believe I'm fine. Thank you. I've been confiding in my colleagues and it's helped a lot. Can't recommend it, though. Enough. Yeah, you could have been a little nicer about the fact that I just jumped over a hedge to talk to you about such things. How might I help you? My, what a lovely idea. I too noticed we were becoming rather tense, so I rushed out to pluck some fresh and fragrant tea leaves. Now I need only track down 100 or so cups. Don't you worry, I can manage. I hope your plan to cheer everyone up goes well. Almost better than we are. Yeah, probably. She's got things going on. She's got it all going in her head. She's got it together. Blast assistants, where have they gone off to at a time like this? Very important, but I have not the time for idle chit chat. I need to reconfirm that ether levels are consistent throughout the vessel's machinery, and it seems I have to do so single handedly. I swear, when I find those assistants of mine. The Lobbs are willing to help. Why didn't you say so? At least they won't moan about how they checked 2 dozen times already and haven't slept in weeks. You're overworking your people. You're a bad boss. There's only a certain extent of where you can work your people and they still be okay. Hey, Daryl, how are you? Good to see ya. I'm doing good. I'm doing good. Just working some more on getting myself through Endwalker and finally seeing this story. 56 bunches of weeds on the ground, 56 bunches of weeds. Rip one out and head to the mound, 55 bunches of weeds in the. Well, at least he's finding a way to get himself through the work. Yep, nope, I'm not neglecting my duties, I swear. I was in need of a little break, you see, but then I found myself unable to relax at all, so I went on a walk and then I noticed these weeds and. Please, conversation partners and oh so fuzzy. Goodness me, that does sound like a much better way to relax. Sounds like a much better way to relax to me, too. By the gods, my chest is tight. Am I dying? Is this what dying feels like? Oh, do pardon me, I didn't see you there. There's no cause of concern, I assure you. No cause for concern. Even though we may need to depart at any moment in the hull, and if the hull I designed buckles under the strain, the entire vessel may explode on launch, indicating countless lives and dooming all mankind. That is highly unlikely. Yes, yes, highly unlikely. Highly. Our visitors can help me triple check for structural flaws. You say? Why? That'd be wonderful. I'm breathing more easily already. Yeah, considering what his job is, I can understand the hyperventilating. I'm sure many a NASA scientist, as they were building the rockets to first take us from the ground into space, were having much the same problem. Behold, through thine efforts word hath spread throughout Labyrinthius, fairly to a far greater number than we anticipated. Lenway doth gather more Loporits as we speak. I shall assign each in accordance with their skills that new bonds of friendships might be forged. Should greater matters require not thine attention, watch over them, I prithee. That I'd be very worried about sleeping way. Who are we referring to? Would be surprised. Ah, oh, that this could be bad. Oh, not good then. Mm-hmm. Okay, sorry about that. I did not want to interrupt that scene. That was much too heartfelt and a rarity for Orange in this series. Not often do you get that kind of emotional depth for him. But I mean, it was really refreshing and really, really touching. Although I was a little odd at the because it very much looked like throughout the entire thing when they panned the camera back to show Livingway staying there with your Warrior of Light and Thancred, that she was there gaping the entire time, just mouth wide and in awe or whatever as the proceedings were going on. You'd think that she would have tried to compose herself a little more. Oh, be assured that I am fine. I am full glad to see them too, after so very long. Gladder still that it was in your company, as difficult as it was to accept their kindness. 'Twould have been far harder had I faced them alone. The pall of anxiety over Charlie and Hamlet has thinned to a more manageable level. Thou hast my gratitude for lending courage to the Loporrits. Not disposed to rest on their laurels, several of guests have elected to accompany my countrymen to their stations. Some few may still come hither seeking counsel, and so shall I remain to aid them as need be. Thou art needed elsewhere, do not let me detain thee. As a matter of fact, I was hoping you might check on Alice. Last I saw she was struggling to carry an enormous pile of boxes out the west gate. I go myself, but we both know whose help she's like to scorn. Not to mention that, much to my misfortune, I can think of several other things I ought to be doing, until later. Now, so right now we need a strong back, weak mind. At least that's what my dad would always call it. Whenever we're doing any kind of manual labor, he'd just go, just need a strong back, weak mind for this. When he'd call me out to come do such work, which is really more generally my brother's thing. I was usually a little more like Orange, got picked on a lot as a kid, mainly because of my hair. I've always had really curly hair, and so kids would pick on me for it. So I would escape into books because not being able to really find myself close with any friends because of that. Where else would I turn? What are you doing out here? No, I don't mind if you help with the boxes, but it's far from the most exciting of tasks. Are you sure? Well, I appreciate the assistance. We need to get these Aporia. Time is short, of course, but they're full of organic specimens and samples. So try not to be too rough with them. Alvin should be waiting for us when we arrive. I'll see you there. I mean, in grade school, I more or less just tolerated everyone, but it was even then it was still rough. I got into fights a lot. People still would pick on me a lot. Um, it was in middle school that I actually finally I felt like made a friend. I was sitting at a park bench out on recess, basically playing myself at Magic the Gathering. I had two decks out, playing both hands, and someone came up and sat down, started talking to me, taught him how to play, and it's kind of how I made my first friend, my first real friend. Sadly, a friend that I kept through high school but lost touch with over the years afterwards. Still check on him on Facebook here and there. Oh, you're helping with the crates? Wonderful. You can put that there with the others. You have my gratitude, but how did you come to be involved in this? Ah, then I suppose I have Thanker to thank as well. If you're wondering why we were tasked with bringing these boxes to Poria to begin with, so was I. Turns out this is the base of operations of sort. Those with final say as to what is included in the ship's manifest can be found here. Father included, I suspect. That should be everything. You carried all of that at once? Are you trying to injure yourself? Oh, hush, they're lighter than they look, and not everyone has your delicate arms. I suppose we should let someone know that we finished. Theopoldin is in the courtyard. We can report to him. Why don't you come along? You should get credit for your assistance at least, considering where we are. We might even learn something interesting. I mean, even to this day, I have a hard time building friendships and getting along with people. People skills are probably my biggest weakness, which is kind of interesting considering the line of work I'm in at the moment. I mean, it's something I work on. It's like I just have to try and do it one day at a time. Gods, it never ends, does it? What can I do for you? We've brought samples from Charlie and Hamlet, Series 110. The crates are by the entrance. Oh, thank you. I had expected one of my colleagues, but we are dreadfully short-handed. Just a moment. You are Fortuno's children, are you not? Alvin and Alice at your service. We're well acquainted with father, I take it. Quite. I've been friends with your parents since our days at Studium. I remember when we were yay high, waddling hither and thither. Clearly, it's been quite some time since we've met. 'Tis good to see you again, yielding your father's mouths, malice, no less. You knew our parents when they were young. What were they like? Pray spare no detail. I should like nothing more than to regale you. Alas, I am meant to be in charge here, and reams of paperwork want for submission. We can help with that in exchange for the sort of stories our parents would never willingly divulge, of course. Very well then. There happens to be 3 sets of documents in need of delivery. So yeah, but how about you each take one? Wait right here. You will find a foreign representative waiting to collect these near the southernmost structure. I hope I haven't kept her waiting too long. Never mind Alpha and Alice. I'm certain they'll be back soon enough. Southernmost structure. Not seeing any structure down that way. I'd say that structure is more southern than this one. Are you not of the Science of the Seventh Dawn? I thought you were meant to be working on the ether burner. Theopoldin's paperwork. I was beginning to worry he had misplaced his quill. I appreciate your help in seeing these documents to my hands at last. As for your other task, pray keep this between us, but I sincerely hope your scions succeed. The Exodus is without a doubt the most monumental undertaking in the history of the Forum, and so we must be circumspect in all respects. Risk is a privilege we cannot afford ourselves. At its heart, however, Charlene has ever been a nation of the curious. It would be a tragedy indeed if we were the ones to stymie your pursuit of truth. Quick effort, quick and efficient. I dare say you have a talent for this work. The twins' paper only need to be delivered to elsewhere in the facility, so they should be returning any moment. We return with not a scrap of paper remaining on our persons, you will note. You both have my thanks, and my apologies for sending you on an errand far below your ambitions. Why, even as a babe, you struggled out of your swaddling clothes, and that is quite enough of that, thank you. It was compromising stories of our parents that we'd asked to hear to reiterate. Of course, of course. I've known your father for so long. I must have something. Well, as you know, part of why the lovely name garners such respect in Charlene is your family's storied history. You do can trace your ancestors direct to those who came aboard Nyamkrep's Hope, a lineage few can claim. I never thought much of it myself. It's not as though our forebears founded our nation. They're simply there when it happened. Nevertheless, it has traditionally been a point of pride. 'Tis why Nyamkrep's pronouncement renounced the ways of war and pursue enlightenment through knowledge and reason has ever been our family's creed. Until your grandfather's time, Archon Louis Sois looked not to Nyamkrep's words, but his deeds. He asserted in defiance of his peers that choosing to save the great and the small from the rising tides was the true mark of our founder's virtue. Perhaps it was his expertise, his knowledge of ancient prophecy and the fall of civilizations, that led him to conclude that to eschew conflict at every turn was to consign mankind to his doom. There will ever be conflict, and calamity will follow. Thus, to ignore the plight of those one might conceivably save is not wisdom, it is indolence. You remember his words well, indeed. Archon Louis Swall lived by that personal creed, and used every means at his disposal to bring succor to those in need, Charlene or no. No one loved and admired your grandfather more than his son. Yet Fortuneau could not reconcile Louis Swall's deeds with the philosophy of their forebears and his peers, a philosophy in which he believed so fervently, yet made a pariah of his father. Fortunately, agonized over the contradiction for most of his life. God's father? A son may carry his father's blood, but his choices are his own to bear. Is it not always thus? God's no Fortuneau a cranky old goat, so I'm sure you butt heads often enough. Yet even so, you must know that you are constantly in his thoughts every moment of every day, and that is not an exaggeration in the slightest. You should have seen him when you were born, barely recognizable. He was with a kind of dumbfounded grin I'd not seen since he first took fancy to your mother. He's practically skipping when he told me the news. Take my word for it, he loves you to an embarrassing degree. But he is also frustratingly single-minded. Once he's decided that a given action is for the best, he will stay. A fairly annoying habit when you're on the other end of it. I'm sure you will agree. I'll say. Thank you for your insight. When next we meet our parents, I shall mention that we spoke. Try not to get me into too much trouble now. I need the forum on my side. Speaking of which, I ought to be getting back to work. I have to make sure those specimens you brought make it to their proper places, or the cranky old goat will have my hide. We can speak again later. Hail, you three. Raha, surely Coco hasn't driven you out of the forge already. For better or for worse, no. However, he has set me a task that requires more than my single pair of hands, and here you are. I could use at least one of you, but I won't object to more. Unfortunately, LSA and I have prior commitments, and we have delayed too long as it is. What about you? Can you spare the time? Perfect. This shouldn't take long. An unspecified task awaits you. In the event there are, and I quote, promised heap of adamantite falls right out of the bloody sky and into my lap, Master Coco wishes to be ready to put the proverbial hammer to anvil at a moment's notice. To fabricate these parts, however, he needs the flames in Coco's forge to burn hotter. He sent me to increase the amount of ether being funneled to his furnaces. The flow of fire aspect of the ether in Labyrinthos is regulated by an elemental reactor south of here, to which I have borrowed the key. The adjustment will require two people to carry out safely, but I can explain the process when we arrive. This is where we part then. We'll see you in Charlene Hamlet once the adamantite arrives, if not before. This way then. The reactor is housed within this facility. I'll be the one to go inside and adjust the fire ether output. When I do, a rather large amount of water aspect ether will issue from the vent at the top. I expect this to attract at least a few elementals, which we would both rather not be drawn into the reactor itself. Trust me. Can I ask that you put down any that draw too near? They'll pose you little trouble, I'm sure. Wait here, if you would. Oh, there is a face to that. Did everything go smoothly out here? Yeah, as smoothly as you can expect. I thought as much. No more major complications to speak of inside either. And the water appears to be venting properly. I expect Coco will have seen a difference in his forge flames by the time I return. Since I have you, there was another matter I thought to discuss with you. Nothing terribly important, merely something I've been considering. Part of this I shared with everyone, yet you, and only you, have been to Elpis. As we have established, refined adamantite is a product of Alog, of the Empire's twilight years, in fact. is a material which saw much use as part of the Allegan's efforts to extend beyond the bounds of this world. Dalamud, of course, being the most prominent. Of those who would push further, expand Alog's empire to encompass the heavens and stars above, perhaps the greatest was its infamous technologist, Amon. He did. He must have had his own reasons, however, for there is no evidence to suggest that he retained memories of his life as an ancient. He only joined the Asians once the empire was all but dust, as you know. If not his memory, though, what drove him to pursue the idea with such fervor? This may seem far-fetched, but what if souls, like minds, have a personality, so to speak, a natural disposition towards which they are inclined? We know with relative certainty that it was with gross decadence and an inexorable decline of Alog that moved him on to resurrect Emperor Zondi. The Empire's people spoke lightly of death and destruction, experimenting on those they deemed beneath them to fill the emptiness in their hearts. And facilitating Zondi's return, Amon provided these languid souls with the means to free themselves from the mire of their own indolence. Or would have, had not Zondi been convinced by his own death that life itself was meaningless. Amon's desire for his countrymen to conquer the heavens could only be a means to the same end, to instill the people with new purpose. Like Hermes before him, Amon was appalled by how those around him lived, but could never bring himself to believe that those lives were devoid of meaning, and both of them sought that meaning, that hope, in the distant stars. Such is my theory, anyway. Ultimately, it is the consequences of their actions which matter. Their motives are of no moment. And yet, to reach those stars on wings of adamantite, to travel to the ends of creation and beyond, the promise of hope everlasting, that much I do understand. But enough musing for now. Why don't we see how Coco is getting on? Either way, I've got a long ride to get there, so we'll just go straight. Though I'm curious, how many more worlds do we have to go through? One. No, two. Huh. Whew, I can feel those flames blazing from here. Glad you found someone capable, Rahab, but there's not much left for you to do. Unless you can conjure up that refined adamantite any faster. Coco Danko is, as usual, worked up over the ether burner. I do trust you to deliver on your promise, I do, only... I hate waiting, I want that adamantite, I want it now! We share your impatience, I assure you. Is there truly nothing else we can assist with in the meantime? I wish. This sitting about's unbearable. Pity the forum frowns on recreational explosions. As long as they can prove it was premeditated, get you gone. I have mistakes to make. In that case, I suppose I should go and return the key to the reactor. I'll have one more look to make sure that nothing has gone wrong. unintentionally or otherwise. I'm certain there are far better uses for your time, however. I will join you in the Charlene Hamlet anon. That we can teleport to, and so we shall. Yeah, we'll wait our companions. I mean, normally, what else are we supposed to do? About time. his point. That was a good question. Better enough nowhere else they do. Not wrong there. He's like, son of a. Hmm, that's good. Oh, now Sid decides to show up. Yes. This is out of place for him. What the hell did I do with my nail trimmers? That we do. That we do. We finally managed to clear the harbor, which means the rest is in the engineer's capable hands. Meanwhile, Father has issued to us an invitation. As we agreed, he will reveal the means by which Hydaelyn may be contacted. We are to meet him at Aporia when we're ready. Given the vital knowledge she holds, I suggest we leave without delay. It transpires, however, that the Forum's method for speaking with her is not without risks. I'm curious to hear what those might entail, but regardless, be warned. Most of those who arrived with the Adamantine have offered to stay and see to any remaining tasks that need doing. The Forum has already asked for my assistance in overseeing the process, so you needn't worry about a thing. Thank you, Totaro. We're off to Aporia, then. I have already shown the others inside. You'll want to speak with Children if she has the key to the lift and send you down after me. Why don't we just go together? Why do I have to... You're with Master Foshino, yes? Just step inside the lift here. From here, we proceed to the heart of Labyrinthos, and it is its most closely guarded secret, Thaumazein. It marks the beginning and end of our efforts, whence we delve to seek with audience with the star, and whence we will embark on our journey to the heavens. This way, if you please. Ooh, I like the look of the ship. Makes me think of the ship from Star Ocean, Last Hope. I bid you welcome to Thaumazein. Direct your attention towards its center to behold the ark over which we have long labored. As you can see, it was designed as a medium-sized craft, the better to reduce fuel consumption. Miniaturizing magics have been applied to its interior to ensure that the thrust-to-weight ratio does not place too great a limitation on its freight capacity. The ether burner, as you know, has been removed for further modification, but we shall reattach it soon enough. I received word that Coco and several of your allies are working on it with an intense fervor. They are sure to see it done. 'Twas by their expertise that many a prior disaster was averted. If anything, I fear they will not afford us much time for speaking with Heidelin ere they finish. Point taken. Let us move on. I must warn you again, however, that even with the benefit of our device, to treat with her is not a simple feat. Well, we didn't say it would be. I have done what I can to impress upon you the gravity of what lies ahead. Are you prepared? Well, as prepared as we're going to be. Ready to lead you to Heidelin at last. We'll make for the lift at the center of this chamber. Come. Oh, we can get on a mountain here, so we'll do that. Huh. Why build it horizontally like they have? I mean, this is a massive chamber. Why not build it vertically? You'd have more room, it looks like, to build it. Who made these design decisions? As you all know, alongside our physical world exists an ethereal plane, what we refer to as the ethereal sea. At the heart of the star, the physical and ethereal are one and the same. Thus, the deeper we go, the easier it becomes to pass between said planes. We utilize this principle in constructing the Ante-Tower, and once more here in Thomazane. No sooner did the Forum decide to withdraw from Azuria than we began to work on this facility. Our work culminated in a device that allowed us to peer deeper into the ethereal sea than ever before, in search of Heidelin's ever fainter echoes. The Elitoscope. And you communicate with her through this device? For a time, yes, but since the seventh umbral calamity, it has been rare to hear even a whisper. If you wish to reach her, you must journey closer to the center of the star than we have ever dared, beyond the the Itioscope. Even so, I make no guarantee that you will find her, nor of your safety. Not so, not so deep in the ethereal sea. We understand, but if we are to deliver this world, then we have no choice but to try. I know. I only wish we could do more than observe your progress from afar. The telescope's ocular lens by which we may peer into the ethereal sea without placing ourselves at hazard lies above us. Through it, we can watch and guide you. In those swirling depths, there are pockets of ether so dense and turbulent that they can unravel one's soul. If we determine that you are at risk of coming into contact with such a pocket, we will recall you with teleportation magics. To that end, it would be best if one familiar with the composition of your soul remained here to assist in assessing said risk. Otherwise, there's an increased probability that we will extract you too early or too late. Please allow me. I have thought upon this much, and in truth, I do not believe that I am fit to join you on the trials ahead. The events of the Tower of Babel drained me, yes, but even before that, your capabilities far outstrip my own. This is no time to have a weak link in our vanguard, no matter how much she may wish it here were otherwise. If I assist in the manner of that Master Fortune has laid out, however, I may still be of use. Will you trust in me to do so? I can think of none I'd trust more. Compared to all that effort you put into keeping us alive while our souls are in the first, preventing us from dissolving into ether on a single expedition ought to pose no challenge at all. And even if we did, I expect you would hunt us down and restore us to health somehow. Yeah, probably. You flatter me, but rest assured that I will be keeping a close eye on all of you. There is one more thing. Those in ages past referred to the ethereal sea as the underworld, our final resting place. In its embraces, memory washed away, leaving only the purity of one's soul, or so we believe. Yet what of these memories? Few think to ask what became of them, cast adrift on ethereal tides. Some theorize that they linger for some time, those associated with strong sentiment in particular. In those depths, memories of the departed may even coalesce around you for hatred or for love. Thus do I caution you to be wary, but also to have faith. Remember those who did gladly extend a hand to you, that they may lift you up once more. Aidoscope. Okay, okay, here we go. I'm going to switch back to Bard at this point, because, well, maybe. I may not have enough good enough gear. I do not have good enough gear, so back to... While we're waiting... So you're here looking for some leaves. Well, yeah, we are. Oh, this may be far quicker than I thought it was going to be. Kind of hard to turn down the 100 marks off this. And I should be able to solo a rank at level 50 A rank. Initiate this one now. Oh, I need another Thavnarian onion. I did not realize I'd maxed out experience on my chocobo. How stupid of me. We need to fix that. It's like a pretty cool place. So far, at least. See if it stays that way, though. Well, yes, we can. They build all this as they explored more down here? Or is this just here? Okay. Well, I didn't know that was going to happen. I was assuming such because you had the dark one spot and then you had the. I didn't knock it out of the way of that in time. Ah, son of a. So watch for glowing particles on the tentacles. Got it. Don't recognize this Readaton. Oh, these are Alliance raid bosses. Well, this one is Livia. That was Livia Sosjunis, who was the final boss of Castor Meridian originally, I do believe. No? Someone else? Oh. Hey, Minphilia. It's good to see you. Well, nice to see you too, Amon. Oh, she was there to save us. Okay. So should be safe about here. I didn't. I wasn't paying any attention. Well, I mean, ultimately, only one way to find out is just try. I'd like to disagree, but sure, why not? I would care less. You do that. Oh, it's waiting for me to say something. I was just grabbing a drink here. Why do I see that that's some foretelling here? Or foreshadowing, I should say. Yeah, I'm sure she is. Shit, we're going to fight the Idolin herself? God damn. I don't know how I feel about this. But I will be right back. I need some food and I need to throw some stuff out of my fridge. But there we go. So, I do not feel good about having to fight the Heidelin herself. Does not feel good at all. I mean, I get it. She wants to make sure that we're ready for the task at hand. Need 3 of these. It's more than I wanted, but it's the cheapest available. I know what I forgot to pick up from there, from the auction house. The Venerian onion. Should go back and retrieve said onion, so we can feed the chocobo. No port to airport, because might as well do some more leave quests while we're waiting for this quest to start. Don't think we're going to finish this tonight, but maybe later this week. There we go. The drug was getting some experience now. It's not much, but it's something. Okay. Though I was saddened the other day, I saw where they posted up that in February they're going to be shutting down Babylon's Fall. I mean, although not surprising, it is saddening. I rather enjoyed that game. No go summoning friends for you. There we go. There we go. That thing was unhappy. Ah, my food's done. Okay, let me pull. At least pull it out so that way I can start cooling down. Ooh, got the wanted target to show up. When I was close enough to levels, just like, yeah, we'll just jump it up and God, this is being a long wait. But we're getting there, surely and hopefully. In the meantime, we'll just keep working on here on leveling, because, I mean, patience. You know what? Let's try it. Let's knock it all the way up and go for it. See how this goes. It's at least hurting a little more. Really wasn't enough of an increase to really be worth it. God, it's been almost a half hour wait so far for this one instance. And it's a story instance, no less. Ooh, wanted target. Oh. Oh wait, I lost my companion. That's what went changed. Shit. Thought the enemy had died. Oh, finally. Finally, finally, finally. Go and turn off camera here while I eat. I figured that's gonna happen. Was gonna happen because I'm not quite sure what else was going on. I guess I'll use it. I died for it, but I used it. Okay, there I'm back. Meaning we need the ship. Hmm. Maybe. Hard to say. We'll certainly try. Now, what are you guys going to say about me having killed Heidelin? I am glad to see you well, though we could roughly place your souls deep as you went. We could neither see nor hear you. The fluctuations in your ether near the end gave me quite a fright. What in the world happened? You mean to say Heidelin is No, there's no time to feel our feelings. We must carry out Heidelin's will without delay. We'll find Medion if it's the last thing we do. I don't mind handing over the crystal that is the fancy navigatory one. To the edge of the universe where congregates the despair of countless stars. You are determined to see this through? We are. Should words fail us, we will fight to the bitter end. I know that it pains you to accept this. Would that I need ask nothing more of you. Yet we have only two means to travel the great expanse: the moon and Charlian's Ark. I am all too aware that without both of them there will be no exodus, but I nevertheless beg you to honor the agreement we made. The forum's decision will be honored. You have earned the right to use the ship as you see fit, and I could not rescind it even if I wanted to. I thought we had to propose what we were going to do with the ship. As it happens, I do not, and would do all within my power to aid your cause. With that settled, might I suggest you rest a while? Proving oneself to Hyden is never easy, and despite our unparalleled genius, we'll need a day to make the necessary calculations. You may as well take advantage of it. You can chart a course through the sea of stars in a single day? Ye gods! Shall we head above ground for some fresh air then, and perhaps a nap? Aha, I've been expecting you. I heard about your foray into the ethereal sea. The students have ventured far and wide, but never quite so deep as that. Are you experiencing any after effects from your prolonged exposure? Nausea, dizziness, hauntings? Well, have a pleasant sleep, and if you do experience any unusual phenomena, please let me know. I shall add it to our records. Grau has urgent news. I trust you've had a good rest. An envoy of Master Fortuno has arrived not long ago with a message. The Loperites have determined Medion's location. We've been asked to gather at the Rostra. I'll meet you there along with the others. Excuse me. Everyone appears to be present and accounted for. Good. As you know, the Loperites have deduced the whereabouts of Medion by means of a crystal bequeathed to us by Heidelin herself. Your quarry's location is a place far beyond the moon, in the farthest reaches of the sea of stars, at the edge of creation. A veritable Ultima Thule. Indeed. How then are we to reach it? An excellent question. Luckily for you, I have an equally excellent answer. In theory, with its advanced propulsion systems, the moon is capable of delivering you to Ultima Thule, but the myriad other facilities housed within would greatly impede travel through the sea of stars. Even the mother crystal may not possess ether enough to bear so massive a vessel to our destination and back. However, if we integrate our hyper hopper into your ether burner, we should be able to fire things up and jump our way to the end of the universe in no time. Father, does this mean... Bear in mind, this decision was not made solely on my discretion, but with the consent of the Forum. Hearing the Luper's proposal, the Forum was faced with a grave decision. To commit the Ark to this endeavor would mean abandoning both our plans to evacuate to the moon and to resettle on another star. Needless to say, the proposition invited fierce debate. In the end, however, the Forum was swayed by the simple fact that Haydn believed you possessed of the strength needed to overcome this crisis. The Great Exodus was, after all, a plan of Heidel's own making. Therefore, if in the 11th hour she would proffer another means by which we may seek salvation, we would be fools to dismiss it out of hand. Indeed, she sacrificed everything, her very existence, to avert the destruction of this star. That is why we have chosen to place our faith in Heidelin, in you. The Ark will be made ready for your voyage to Ultima Thule. What of all the people that have labored so tirelessly to prepare for the evacuation? They must be furious. I would not be so sure. They have not forgotten your deeds on the Magna Glacies, nor did your instrumental role in orchestrating the delivery of adamantite go unnoticed. No, the people do not protest. Quite the contrary, they have expressed unwavering support for you and your mission. Are the Loperites too willing to abandon the Exodus? Were you not listening when we said we were born of Heidelin's love for Aetheris and its people? If it means your survival, we'd do anything to help. And you'll most certainly have need of our expertise where you're going. There's no guarantee Ultima Thule is a place that supports life. An otherwise vexing problem our know-how can remedy. Besides, Hyland chose us to lead the way to Medion. Why else would she give you a crystal only we can decipher? But more importantly, we were perfectly content to evacuate Aetheris until you brought us here, Orange, and now we're enamored with this place, so what choice do we have but to save it? Of course, none of this is possible without you and the Scions, so I must ask, are you certain you wish to do this? Yeah, let's go. Well, we've come this far. Very well. We shall inform the forum of the decision and begin preparations to bolster the Ark with the Hyper Hopper. The Loppers will coordinate with the Ilsabard contingent to have the necessary components transported via the Tower of Babel. Of course, it will take time until the work is complete. For now, pray take your ease. Twould seem there's naught to do but rest and prepare, shall we? Does that mean we get like a beach episode here? Because that's usually what happens when we're having to wait on someone in like an anime. Ere we depart, we must leave nothing undone. Quite, though it is difficult to conceive of how one can best prepare to brave a domain where Dynamis governs all. Nevertheless, Hyland deemed us worthy of the trials that wait. For lack of any other feasible option at this late stage, let us trust in her judgment and face Medion as we are. Which leaves this not so small task of coordinating our efforts here to you and to Taru. If all goes to plan, we'll be back before you know it. I certainly hope so. We'll be praying for you, your safe return. Mayhap it will affect the Dynamis for the better. With that settled, we should get some rest and make the most of the time we've been afforded. Hmm? The meeting's over, is it? You were in there for so long I started to worry. What did they have to say? The edge of creation, I see. Rest assured everything will remain in order until you return. And you will return. Or I'll go over there and drag you back myself. Actually, could I borrow you for a moment? Looks like your plans for the interim are decided. When the two of you have finished, meet us back at the Baldasian Annex, alright? Come with me to the Agora. I have something to show you. Welcome to Taru's Boutique. I've always done my best to provide the signs with fashionable attire, but in your case specifically, I make an extra effort to strive for the most functional yet stylish clothing one could ask for. Not that I'm playing favorites, but you are the Warrior of Light. Faced with this unprecedented crisis, I knew you would need an ensemble unlike anything I've created before, and that I wouldn't be able to do it alone. And so after enlisting the aid of the world's finest artisans, I finally completed my career-defining masterpiece. But then inspiration struck, and I saw a golden opportunity just begging to be seized. To help some Thavnarian refugees, I decided to set up shop here in Charlian. Of course, I would never charge you for any of our works. Perish the thought. Varsarud, how are things coming along? Everything's in order, Mistress Tataru. We'll be ready to open shortly. Which is why I brought you here, to be our very first patron. Would you mind waiting here a moment longer? I don't have anything waiting from Duty Finder, because... I didn't expect to find you here. I imagined Nidhana would also wish to offer her regards. Alas, after delivering our dragon scales to the engineers, she remained to assist with their work on the ether burner. The simulacrum, too, will stay in Charlian, while I oversee matters in Radzatan. It's a rather inconvenient means to keep abreast of developments from returning to the final days or anything else. It also allows me, after a fashion, to watch over my people in this distant land. Varshan, I was hoping you'd stop by. I can't thank you enough for allowing your artisans to work with me here at the boutique. Please, it is I who should be thanking you. This establishment has restored a sense of normalcy to their lives. You have blessed them with newfound purpose and a means by which to support themselves in these troubled times. What's more, when they are at last returned home at Radzatan, the experience and knowledge they have gained in your employ will no doubt prove a boon to the artistry and commerce of our land. In fact, I came here to see how your new employees are settling in and express my gratitude for granting them this opportunity. It's an opportunity for me as well, believe you me. Your artisans have taught me so much about Thavnarian craftsmanship. Their resourcefulness and ingenuity are nothing short of inspiring. I can't wait to see what kind of wonders we come up with. I pray you every success in your endeavors, Mistress Otaru. Before coming here, I heard word of the forum's decision of what will soon be attempted. It's only then that I finally understood why my father called this star the last bastion of hope. Indeed, it was the last bastion, for the flame of every other star he encountered had likely been extinguished. In the boundless dark, the light of brimming life must have been blinding in its splendor. Your journey unto the heavens to protect that light, may the scales of my kin serve you well. I have faith you will prevail and restore peace and tranquility to this star. I will not see his sacrifice squandered, nor shall I rest until Radzat-Han is returned to its former glory. Forgive me, but I must take my leave. Fare you well, and remember, the people of this star have not yet given up hope, and neither must you. It is only through the light of hope that we make it through the darkest of times. Ah, where must I go to get a meal with some flavor in this wasteland of taste? Why, whatever are you doing here? A new boutique, you say? I'd been meaning to expand my wardrobe. Yes, something with a little more flair, perhaps befitting a man of my station. Though I have nowhere to flaunt said raiment, so long as my confinement continues indefinitely. I, the young Lord Fortemps, insist that so long as there is work to be done, no matter how trivial, I must abide here in Charlian. Thus do I toil, even though every fiber of my being rails against it. Why, I have even suffered the company of that brute Sicker to see supplies transported in a timely fashion. Yet he was the one granted leave this morning to participate in some supposed covert operation. So I suffer instead for his otherwise welcome absence. Now burdened with extra busy work and without Honoroi with here, there's no one to prepare my meals. I came here in hopes of finding a nice cafe. Perhaps, alas, the Charlian delicacies I've sampled were lacking in every respect. The cafe over on the pier? Their cuisine didn't appear all that appetizing, but if you vouch for their cooking, then perhaps I will give it a try. Thank you for the suggestion, and ta-ta for now. Or you can just go try the Arcane loaf, and then it don't matter, probably. Well, well, is that an allusion to Taru I spy? Hancock, what are you still doing here? You said you were returning immediately after dropping off your cargo. Yes, that was my original plan. After all, my any expertise required aside from the delivery of goods is well beyond my purview. But that manner of an entrepreneur would squander an opportunity to study the markets of the northern seas. Worry not, I will return straight away to Kugane once I have finished. Of course, you would find a way to turn this crisis to your advantage. She wounds me, the industrious woman running a new boutique. I am not blind to the travails of those who fight on the front lines to deliver us from ruin. Indeed, I have every confidence they will succeed, and how to make myself and my business ready for their return. If you believe in them so devoutly, then why not put your money where your mouth is? Fair enough, Tataru, fair enough. There's not more I can do to help ready the Ark and her heroes for their maiden voyage, but on your return, I shall host a grand celebration in your honor at the Bukairo Inn. Accommodations are quite costly given the reputation of said establishment, but the East Oldnar Trading Company would be honored to foot the bill. A woman of tart tastes, I see. Yes, there'll be lemon cakes and much, much more. The finest delicacies the world and Lord Lotterito have to offer. She's like, I'm unimpressed. But let's speak more of this upon your return, lest I draw even more to Taru's ire. Till next we meet. Decided to spend your time at the markets, did you? To Taru. Biggs, Wedge, I take it you work on the Ark proceeds apace? Aye, it does indeed. Collaborating with the greatest minds of Charlian and Radzot Han has been a rewarding experience. And that's to say nothing of what we've learned from the Loporits. The Ark is unlike anything we've ever had the pleasure to work on. Even Nero was rendered speechless on more than one occasion. I can't wait for you to see it. It's still hard to believe that we have the means to send you off into the great expanse, though to the farthest known reaches of well everything. I never thought I'd live to see such marvels, yet here I am. More often than not, you and the science are the catalyst that sparks the need for these great innovations. Think how much I've missed out on had I not been a member of the Ironworks. An awful lot of work, to be fair, and the privilege of being work like a cart chocobo. Ah, there is that too. As busy as we've been, I wish there were more we could do for you. But no matter what happens, we have to keep believing for a brighter future. When you head back, would you tell the engineers I'll be along shortly with refreshments? That's very kind of you, Tataru. They'll be glad to hear it. And on that note, Wedge and I should get going. Still a few more supplies to gather before we return. Terribly sorry for the wait. Right this way, if you please. Right, I don't believe the two of you have been formally introduced. This is Varsarud from Palaka's stand. Pleased to meet you. Haven't we met before? Pleasure's mine. Thanks to Mr. Satoru, I and many of my friends have found gainful employment in this foreign land. It's only natural to feel fear in the face of calamity. In such times, we must look to one another for strength and succor. It's only natural to feel fear. I know not whether we will come to call this place home and return to Thavnir, but we are here today and are glad to have contributed to Thavnir. We're here today and are glad to have contributed to the cause. And contribute they did by helping to make your new garments as durable as possible. We put our hearts and souls into them and have every confidence they'll keep you safe in the battle to come. Gods, to think how far we've come since our humble beginnings at the Waking Sands. From the rising stones to the falling snows, and even a certain insufferable someone's ruby bazaar, we're always fortunate to find friends along the way. Even when you were swept away to the first, Graha Tia was here to grant you sanctuary. I'll never forget the relief I felt when you all returned to us. I thought my heart would burst. Yours has been a long, long journey, and I've been privileged to watch often with bated breath as you persevere time and time again. For all the joy we've shared, there's been much sorrow as well, but I've long since learned you can't have one without the other. Which is why I promise to send you off to the Sea of Stars with a smile. And you can be certain I'll be the first one to welcome you back on your return. In addition to your new ensemble, we have variants of weaponry for every need, so please feel free to browse our stock. It's actually pretty cool looking. Um, you know what? Oh my, I like that. That is one hell of a glamour. Though delighted by your patronage, Tataru is ready to send you on your way. I realize you still got lots to do before you depart, so I won't keep you any longer. I do hope you can find a moment for yourself and that the others can as well. They said you were returning to the Bodesian Annex, though I doubt they stayed for long. If you decide to go looking for them, I suggest speaking with Crow first. I'm sure that they would have told her their plans. You're back. I take it you received your gift from Tataru? It was a surprise long in the making, with many, many long hours of fretting to get everything just right. I'm glad to see it realized and with great success. If you're looking for the others, though, they've already taken their leave. Ishola, Thancred, and Orange have gone to the last stand for a bite to eat. Alice and Grahatia, meanwhile, thought their time would be better spent poring over books at Nomenon. As for Alphino Asinian, well, they've elected to pay a visit to the Lavallee estate, though Asinian seems somewhat reluctant to go. I'm sure they'd all be glad for your company if you've a mind to seek them out. Should you be feeling peckish, I'd suggest heading to the last stand before Ishola and the others finish eating. But above all else, it would be foolish to run headlong to battle, a fatigued mess. So remember to get a good night's sleep. Come to make our trio quartet, have you? Please have a seat, and we'll see about getting you a drink. Yeah, we have. Nothing's just still going to cause a bunch of trouble. Living so soon? I suppose it's for the best. If you'd rather not explore the bottom of a bottle with orange, I dare say the others would welcome your company as well, if you can find them, that is. In any case, as long as you make for the most of your time, then that is all that matters. Yeah, you did. Yeah, probably. Just enjoying, just enjoying the evening. That's all. Okay, so now we need to go speak with Elf, no? Who's on the other side of everything. Welcome back. Return to catch a final few winks before embarking on your mission, I presume? But know your chambers have been cleaned and fresh linens laid out. I pray you enjoy the sweetest dreams on this final night before the big day. Xenos got more and more voids than it looks like. Hmm. Character growth of Xenos? That's an interesting concept. I mean, I don't think you can ever really get a redemption arc out of them, but well, actually, you kind of can because I mean, I've seen worse characters have good redemption arcs in books. By worse characters, I mean they did far worse things than he did. Ready to send you off with a smile. So this is where we part ways for now at least. Would that I had sage words of wisdom to share ere you depart? Mayhap the teachings of Galuf Boldegian will suffice. Surrender not to anger or hatred, he said. Look beyond them, and there find a true strength. What one sees beyond is open to interpretation. I think, but for me, would be the things I cherish most in life. Things I believe are worth fighting for. Something to consider as you venture unto the sea of stars. Well, we tried to at least. What's this? If you come this way, I will direct you to the bridge. I don't know. That looks like a very cool armor right there. Slingway's right there, just napping away. Yeah, this is as far as I've made it so far. It's taken me 5.5 hours tonight to get from where I was to here. But hey, Kurai, how are you? Well, yeah. It's been a project. It's been a project. I mean, I'm thinking by the end of next week, I should be all caught up. Yeah, we beat. We had to. I still feel bad about. I get it, but I still feel bad about. We had to go and kill Heidelin, and now we're off to venture into space to go fight some great life-killing evil. Shut the fuck up, Garuda. We can beat your ass again. So that'd be opening up some sort of wormhole then. Not something you want to do inside the atmosphere of a planet. How? What? How the fuck is a carat a measurement of time? Yeah, that seems about it. Mashing the button is not necessarily going to make a device work any faster than it already does. But it sure does feel good. Yeah, but I'm sure that in the future expansions and such, we're not going to get to talk to them. Hello, Dark Medion. Can we get back to the good one? The happy one? The one that was our friends? Depression Harpy arrives. Yeah, that sounds about right. A long, long time ago. She's pretty fucking scary. Yeah. Well, I wouldn't necessarily say scary, but definitely creepy. kind of have a what was the movie? That Damien, he was uh the Antichrist. Shit. Omen. Kind of had a Damien feel to her. Watch me. I see everyone but Thancred. Well, fuck. Okay. So we're in the dreaming world? Well, that's a start. Well, I would still say not really scary. Not to the point of some uh, other evil beings that we've fought. Not, I think probably the scariest in 14 that I've seen so far, but maybe not necessarily from other games. I would say that ultimately, the first that comes to my mind that's scarier than she is Alma from Fear. You don't know what she just did. She put us all to sleep and took Thancred. Either that or she killed us and we're in the dreaming world similar to Bloodborne. Where you have both the waking world and the dreaming world. I can't guarantee it will be of help in these strange surrounds, but I've readied a provisions node in case of emergency. Of course, if you encounter any real danger here, I expect you to return to the Ragnarok at once. Okay. Well, we've been at it for nearly 6 hours now. And so I think starting on a new planet or new area, I think that's a good place to stop for the night. So let's take a look and see who's out there to raid. And then we'll pick back up on this later this week. Well, it'll be Thursday night, but let's see. Who shall it be? Holy shit. Hang time's still going for 210 hours and is on Like a Dragon. But nah. Um, what's Sakano up to? Yeah, let's raid Sakano here. We move we move over. Go ahead and copy and paste this into the chat. We'll be back tomorrow night. Probably playing more Yakuza and trying to finish up that game. And I hope you all have a wonderful rest of your night, and I'll see you tomorrow.